Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school, and I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh.
Hello, Joseph, is it?
Hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Stephen Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Stephen cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Stephen Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Stephen's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Stephen. My crew is, of course, all clones of Stephen. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Stephen's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I, seek information on the legendary originals, Stephen Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Stephen mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Stephen. And through me, he will live again to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Stephen Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1.
Who's that, Stephen? It's Gamghoul Stephen!
How you holding up out there, Stave? I'd say considering I'm fighting a Stephen who doesn't draw, I'm doing all right, really. Ha! Just try to keep everyone entertained while you try to keep your head.
I need more time in Cathar Stevens' palace. I know the god graphite is here. Somewhere in here. If I only knew where. Hey, no rush, man. I got this guy on the ropes. Trust me.
Usenya Thanda, Duneja Madito, Dunya, Nanyanta Da Giata.
What? What? It's Incanthia. Great sword of the Black Fountain. He really does have it.
Yeah. Nitroya. Nitsuyo Tufu. Gimya Tanta. Ata.
This is a dream of Steven. Steve, are you there?
Steven, you got to the ship. How do you get past the blockades?
Nothing the dream couldn't handle. But they're on me, and we're coming in hot. I'm gonna get you out of there. Do I have clearance to murder some citizen Stevens as I strafe the arena?
Soon, but not yet. Sturvin needs more time in the palace to find the god graphite. If you attack now, all the guards watching my execution will rush back to the palace to secure Cathar Steven. So give him the runaround until I get word from Sturvin. The god graphite. Finally. Oh, it's beautiful. Whoa, yes. Come to Sturvin. Hold on. No need to rush there, little Steven. You and I both know Stave wouldn't want you to get sloppy and spill any of that, would he?
I'm alive. I am alive, and I'm live. I'm alive, and I'm live. Hello to Adam, hello to I Nocturne, hello to Jay, hello to Boxer Wing, 1970 Colin Gallagher Blabzor, Jay Monkino, Kyokuse, Hojin, Engine Can Get Failed, Ure, Johnny Pearson 20115, Nobe, Cody, and Roundbrush. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. A little bit of late night coffee. A little bit of late night coffee tonight. Ooh, that's good. Ooh, my God. I was a fool. I was a fool to ever try to cut back for even a second. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Other people's rules are not my rules. Powerful coffee at 7 p.m.? That's what I need. And you know what's crazy? I'll sleep like a baby. I will sleep like a baby. The courses are on sale for Black Friday, just so you know. How's my audio? Am I loud enough? Is it possible that I'm too loud? And you know what? Timing be damned. You know, we were gonna get right to drawing, but my wife just dropped off a little pumpkin pie. Can't not have a little pumpkin pie with my coffee. Come on. That wouldn't be right. It really would not be right. Little bit of pie, just coating the tongue, a little coffee on top. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. While we're waiting here, I just want to thank a couple of people who have joined the Patreon since the last stream. Give them big thanks. I believe the people who have joined the Patreon are, we have two since the last stream. We have Lemons and Bic Nguyen. Thank you, Lemons, and thank you, Bic Nguyen. Is it? I'm gonna guess it's Bic and not bitch. There's no T in there, you know. I'm from New York. I mean, if it's insensitive to not know how a name like that is pronounced, guilty as charged. It's just the way it is, you know. Most diverse place in the world. Can't learn how to pronounce ethnic names, dang it. Bic Nguyen, thank you so much, and Lemons. You guys, what are you guys? Isn't it obvious what you are? You're sentient restaurants. You're living, breathing, sentient restaurants. Why is that useful to me? I really have no idea. But inside of you, there's people cooking up delicious dishes and serving them hot. And coffee is being slung in this joint. So thank you so much for joining the Patreon and supporting what we do here on the stream. Don't forget, you are sentient restaurants. That doesn't mean that you're like a collective of consciousness, that you're just like some symbolic metaphor for the collective consciousness of the hostess and all of the wait staff and all of the short order cooks in the back and the management and the guy who does the payroll. No, you're not a sign pointing at the collection of their consciousness. All of them occur within you when you are your own separate thing and you are the restaurant. And you're conscious, there's something it's like to be you. You're also sentient. That is to say, you're sensitive to desire and aversion. You have things you want and that you don't want. And it's that simple. And if you don't understand it, not really sure how I could explain it much more clearly than that. Pumpkin pie and coffee sounds like a great combo. It is. It is. We're in Leonardo tonight. Leonardo. What's that 90s one-hit wonder? That was by a band called Leonardo. It was like, she likes me for me, not because I look like Robert Redford with the charm of something, something oozing out my ears. And what she sees is my thoughts and inhibitions, my insecure somethings, and something that a bird when she stands. I think, now that I'm saying it, I think it was called She Likes Me for Me, right? Is that band called Leonardo? She likes me for me. Not bad pie, honestly. Not bad pie. Boxer Wing says, Steven, can I have some of whatever drug you are on? Coffee. And the deep sense of existential urgency that comes with any degree of serious philosophizing. Okay. Sandra says, yes, Googled it. That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. Leonardo. We might have to listen to that later because I'm sacrificing this stream to the content ID gods. I need to be in the drawing Ascendant mood, and I was just thinking like, I just did the Mega Man X stream a couple weeks ago, and I was like, really, Mega Man X music is kind of the mood music for me for drawing Ascendant, so I'm going to sacrifice this stream to the gods. We're going to wind up listening to Mega Man X. If anyone has any questions or anything like that, hold them. Don't ask them, because I'm working on a genre-defining IP here. And when you work on a genre-defining IP, you need to take it seriously the whole time. Do you think it's easy to design a world where everyone in the universe is me? And that all culture, civilization, conditioning factors, philosophy, religions are all just based on me? You think that's easy? It's not easy. It requires focus. Is there any chance of Colombian coffee to make an appearance in the intro story? Maybe some kind of divine beverage, a superior drink by the gods, or perhaps some superior drinking coffee. Steven says Jorge Ramirez. I think it could. I think it really could. Maybe if not in the intro, because I've lost the source files for the intro. When we release the Drawing Ascendant Art of book, which catalogs the pre-production process for producing the remake of the world-changing anime that was based on the Drawing Ascendant cinematic universe, certainly will include the Colombian coffee in that Art of book. Chronicling the pre-production of the remake of the anime of the cinematic universe. Thanksgiving's coming up. 'Tis the season. Nice and chilly outside. Gotta have a little pumpkin pie. Hello, Steven. How goes the drawing today? Haven't really started.
But I did a couple doodles earlier in the day while my son was napping. And the doodles were the kind, you know when you doodle something for the first time in the day and right away you could tell like, oh, it's a good drawing day. It was one of those. The doodles were awesome. Like no warm up, no effort, world class. It was intense. Let me move my Leonardo so that we're a little bit more centered. Whoops, that wasn't right. I was kidding about holding your questions, by the way. You all feel free to, in case you couldn't tell I was kidding. Somehow people can't tell I'm kidding. Did sarcasm and irony die in this part of the multiverse? You can feel free to interrupt me. What I'm doing here, while genre defining, I can talk while I do it. Not because it's unimportant, but because I am the best. I am the best to ever do it. I am the best. I am the best. Neil K says, I heard maniacal cackling from the stream while I was away as the driver of the banana bread incident here. Fucking Rivian. We're maybe going to take some notes here about what I actually need to design. Or we'll wing it. I mean, first sketch of the day, winner. Raw power, personality, character, just, you can't make this shit up, folks. That's not the kind of stuff that comes out right away from most people's hands. Okay. So I think we can start here with I need an evil Steven. By the way, huge spoilers for drawing Ascendant on this stream, just so that you know. If we're going to design, we'd spoil everything. Huge spoilers for drawing Ascendant. So I do need an evil Steven, who I haven't locked it in, but I think I think he's going to be spelled 7, but it's not pronounced 7. It's just as if you took the T out of Steven, so it's Steven, but it's written 7. So we're going to work on Steven. I have a lot of characters I need to do. Let's make that a little smaller. Is this file named and saved? Yes. I also need... Oh, wait. I have a notes file. Oh, let me get my music going. Let me make sure that's at a good... Goodbye, stream. Content ID'd to death. Done. Unwatchable. I'll probably have to delete this one, so enjoy it while it's here, folks. Enjoy it while it's live. Had a notes here where I wrote what I needed for the loading screens I wanted to make and for the art of book. Damn.
Maybe it's in my Notion? What did I do with it? Yes, it was here. All right, we need Cy Stevens. We need them peaceful and not. We need cloning facilities. Need Evil Stevens Light Tracer. Which, damn it, I had a good name for it and I forgot what it was. I didn't write it down. Shit. Wait, did I? I think, I'm not gonna go looking for the doc now, but I do think I have it jotted somewhere in something else. I need a stranger. Steven who doesn't draw. Need some agrarian Stevens. All right, that's a fine place to start. Steven, what's the big selling points of working traditional over digital? The only thing digital has going on traditional is the ease of editing, in my opinion. In my opinion. There's lots of people who tell themselves lots of lies about why digital is its own beautiful thing on its own, but, you know, the human capacity for self-deception is bottomless. The truth is that traditional is superior in every way that matters, except for the ease of revisions, which of course matters a lot to people in this capitalist nightmare that we're living in. Because to be a professional artist these days, you need to be willing to let a guy with a business degree who has never thought about art before he hired you tell you everything that's wrong with the craft that you've been developing for 30 years. And whenever he does it, you have to go, "You're so fucking smart, man. You know, I hadn't seen it that way. I'll do that. I will do that immediately. Thank you. Thank you." And when you need to do that thing, sure as hell want to be able to do it in 10 minutes in Photoshop rather than redraw the whole picture. Am says, what about the layer modes? What about them? The only good thing about any of the layer modes is the diagnostic ones. Things like difference and things like that. So that you can do forensics on fake UFO pictures. Find out who's lying to you. Oh my god, that breakdown in Bubble Crab's song is fucking awesome. Carlos Wante refuses to do revisions, claims he gets it right on the first try always. No, he doesn't. He does do revisions. I'm on his Patreon. I've listened to his creature talks. He talks about the notes he takes from directors all the time. Psychobilly says, digital is also really cool because then there is no physical evidence of drawing degenerate things like cute anime girls. That just makes you a coward. That's not a good thing. That just conditions you and habituates you to cowardice. You should have to take responsibility for the things that you make. You know, justify your degeneracy. Christopher Garcia says, opinions on the Freeren drawing meme? It's cute. I don't know. If you're asking me, like, it's cute. I wouldn't, hop on it. But I'm not a trend hopper. I don't know, most artists today are obsessed with hopping on trends, so go ahead, I'll point this out. That's interesting. I mean, maybe some of you would disagree, but to me, it's definitely true. The awful drawing that launched it is the most interesting drawing of the whole event, right? It's like, even though it is not good, it turns out extremely charmingly, extremely compellingly not good. And it can kind of pop out the other side and become good, It's like, it had an effect. You can really imagine if the drawing had been a little different, where it was not good but not in a compelling way. An artist could have posted that and just had it drop into nothingness, into void. But it was like compellingly not good. And look, it's a movement. It's a phenomenon. So just another reminder that skill is not everything. Leonardo rocks, by the way. Someone in the chat recommended maybe Steven should have really tiny ears. I think that's funny. Let's see. Like he's missing the most iconic Steven quality. Oh man. When Zero falls through the roof in X3 and this song hits, dude. Steven, what's app color? I don't know what that means. I don't know what app color is either. I like the giant space helmet opening. I have a... Oh, where is that sketch? Hold on, I need to send myself something.
this thing. Why don't I have this elsewhere? I had one sketch from a while ago of my evil Steven. I can't find the original file again. This is it. Oh, I don't have the... Where is the high res of that? Let me just stick this into Leonardo. Can I drag and drop here? Yes, I can. That's great. That's the highest res I'll have of it for now. Till I go do an audit of my folders and find where the heck I put that. So that was the first sketch I did of Steven. And he's got his, oh, you guys are, it's blocked for you guys. And he's got his mirror crew in the background. He's got his own Sturven and Stiven. But it's a very, so I like the cartoony helmet around his head, but you know, I was thinking of the world, but it's clearly not in the drawing Ascendant drawable style. So I want to find something a little bit more specific than that. Gotta get an ellipse that feels right. It needs a kind of askance charm, you know? I don't hate that. See, the great thing about drawing Ascendant that I hope some of you already got, if you're smart enough, but if you're not, I'll explain it to you. The great thing about drawing Ascendant is that it's almost an end run on design because I can't do anything wrong. Because the whole point is that the culture of the future in drawing Ascendant would value anything that I designed over everything else. So if I sketched it, it's perfect and inherently good. It's sort of like how people say that we need a transcendent God to ground actual objective moral values. My sketches ground actual objective good design in the world of Drawing Ascendant. So I actually can't go wrong. You know, it's a perfect Ouroboros of design. If I sketched it on stream, it is of course what they would go for in that future. I mean, God, I'm good. I'm so good. How do I come up with this stuff? Damn. I'm weirdly getting like a, with the hair and all, I kind of getting like a Prince vibe off of this sketch, which is maybe not bad for a villain. Maybe falling a little bit into the trope of the more androgynous, the more villainous. You know, it raises an interesting question. Is the world of Drawing Ascendant homophobic like I am? I don't know. It's an interesting design question. Context? What? Come on, guys. Keep up. Are the swords energy-based or normal? They're neither energy-based nor normal. They're white ink. Perfect foils to Stave's sword. Incanthia! Great sword of the Black Fountain! He really does have it. I mean, if you're not having fun, just quit. Just quit. No, I'm not liking the gold there on this design. Do gray. Couple shades of purple. It's the There's a keyboard shortcut in Leonardo for making your color warmer and cooler. I like that. Forget what it is though. No, not warm or cooler, but grayer or pure. Alt A, Alt S. Yeah, that could be interesting. Doing a lot of sketches to this level. Just rough line shapes and then simple color layout. This for me is the easiest way to find design. Maybe a yellow lining. Could we get away with it? Steven. Put Sturvin down. You know I can't do that, Steve. You can't fool me like you can fool the others. You have an original on board. I want it. You know, they're very different. They're very different, but I get I get how him on the left is the character in this sketch, you know? And yeah, there's the painting and the moodiness of it, and, you know, it's got action and a few other characters, but this feels much more specific than that guy, you know? Wait, what's this song name, guys? Ooh, sorry, Autumn Rose. I don't know which one was playing when you sent that, but it was something from Mega Man X. Probably, let's see, maybe a couple songs back. Something from Mega Man X5? Oops, I can't hear now. How tall is this, Steven? Very tall. Heroically tall. Steven made himself heroically tall to match this design drawing. Is there going to be a really small Steven? Sure, I can give you that. This version of Sigma's music sounds slightly sped up to me. I wonder if this is one of those YouTube videos where they sped up all the music by like 10% to try to avoid copyright or something. Okay, there. One of Steven's henchmen. That's slurping. Definitely slurping. I keep going on Steven forever. Oh, I wanted to do... Also wanted to do Sturvin's mech. Let's do a Psy Steven right now. Wait a second. Let me read my document here again real quick. Okay. The two kinds of Cy Stevens are very different. Eight feet tall and 4-inch Steven? I mean, it's canon now. Because I drew it on stream, Slurpin is officially an actual existing Steven in Drawing Ascendant. When he was genetically engineered from the sacred ZNA, they pulled up this stream. And they said Slurpin must become real. And they made him exactly like the sketch. Casey Pham says, how old are you? Why do you ask? So that you can compare your artistic ability at your age to where I'm at 35? So that you can say, okay, by the time I'm 35, I have to be better than Steven? You're thinking about it the wrong way, my friend. You've got to look at how good I was back when I was your age and stack up against that. Oh my god, that bubble crab breakdown goes hard. I want to search your astrology chart. Yeah, I'm 35. That's worthy research. That I'll allow. Obviously, for historically significant figures like me, we all want to know, how did the stars produce them? This is one of the most interesting faded entities that the universe has yet to produce. The inimicable Steven Zapata. We must come to understand him. Cody says, I thought we were the same age. You're older by 2 years. I'm an old man. Steven ear rondelles to protect the sensitive shoulder joints. How good is that? How good is that? I just came up with that. Steven ear rondelle, my God. Wait till we get to the Night Stevens. I'm gonna put that on the Night Stevens for sure. I gotta put it. Nantha Rodriguez says, Steven Zapata, in one video you made long ago, the tree and the monk drawing, you said, but what are the pictures though? Because you spent too long on the how rather than the what. Indeed. It's as true today as it was when I first uttered it. Out in the streets. Out in these drawing streets. That's drawing street wisdom right there. You can only pick up that kind of drawing wisdom by growing up in the drawing ghetto like I did. It's like, do I want it to be like a helmet that's gonna enclose? Maybe more like a Warhammer 40K style big opening. Maybe there could be a devotional painting of me on the inside of this cowl. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, that's really good. No, it's good. That makes a lot of sense, you know? It makes a lot of sense. On the inside of the cowl, there's like an egg tempera devotional painting of me. Epic cod piece. Devotional cod piece. No legs, just thrusters. How do you rotate the canvas in? There we go. Whoop. By order of the Cy Stephen Mandate, you are commanded to stop. Let's throw a little clues on this guy. Boxwing is rocking out to the music. Yeah, we sacrificed this one to the content ID gods. Let's see. I think. What am I thinking for this guy? Maybe a nice primary palette would work. Whoop. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, so my canvas just went completely black for me, which has been going on lately. And it hasn't happened on stream before, but I see that unexpectedly, it remains visible for you guys, and I can see it's actually still working. Huh, I can move my, can I draw? Oh my God. I can draw. Okay, so I'm seeing on my OBS feed that it's actually still fully functional, but I want you guys to know that for me, the screen is completely black. I always thought that if this happened on stream, the feed would go out. That is so weird. Why is that happening? All right, let me get this back. 1 second. Oh, okay, good enough for me. I'll take that little break in energy to, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. You know, all that coffee. All that coffee. I'll be right back. You get the course, it's on sale, etc., etc. Oh, sorry that I paused the music there. Working in vectors is kind of interesting, I think. Says Alejandro Bellizzi. Bellizzi. Hey, Bellizzi man. Oh. Are there nature-based Stevens too? Of course. There's tons of aspectoids that specifically amplify Stevens' love of nature, the original Stevens' love of nature. There's many different sects of aspectoids for whom that's their main focus. Many. There's a lot of them. Codpiece merch, yeah. I'm actually working already. I sent some texts in the bathroom just now, and we've started working with a foundry out in Mississippi. Actually, some great sculptors out there. Some students of Brian Booth Craig, actually, the great sculptor Brian Booth Craig. Very, very high quality expert sculptors on the team, as well as mold makers, casters, and fabricators. So we've already begun a limited edition run of 500,000 units of a genuine steel devotional Stephen Zapata codpiece. Exactly to the intense specifications of this design. I mean, I sent them this concept drawing and the mock-up that they sent me back just now when I was in the bathroom, the pictures that they sent me of the mock-up, it got my immediate approval. I mean, the dimensions, the proportions, the way that they translated my perfect 2D drawing into this 3D form, I mean, they nailed it. They nailed it. I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on this. It's going to be, I can say without a doubt, the best Drawing Ascendant merchandise that we've had so far. Don't quote me on the price. You know, we've got to check the supply chains and all of that. But right now it's probably hovering somewhere like 80,000 to 350,000 per unit for you guys. And I know that you guys aren't going to question the price. You know quality when you see it. I can't wait for you guys to get it. Truly. Can't wait for you guys to get it. Don't forget Big Comfy merch. Big Comfy merch is coming. It's coming. To my exacting standards. Evil Steven attacks when my monitor died. Steven. It has to be Steven who's behind this. Heine says, "Salutations, Stephen. How do I actively practice and increase joy in the art making? And happy drawings, everybody. I'm all ears to anyone else that has suggestions as well." This is a very important topic, so I'm glad you asked. First off, for anyone who doesn't know, yes, you can actively practice and increase joy in art. The main thing that increases it is attention to it. And that's the beautiful thing about joy. Putting your focus on it, on the experience of joy, on the feelings of joy, will automatically make it expand. And help build the groove to get it more often and make it more intense also. Within reason, of course. Not like you're always going to be blissful, but it will definitely make it last longer and come up more often. It is attention. And there's a lot of videos on the channel. If you go through the drawing meditations, from early in the channel, they explain in greater detail how exactly to put your attention on it. Feel the sensations in the body. Notice joyful thoughts as they emerge within the field of consciousness. It may sound too simple. Yeah, let me cut this off. Let me pause the music for a second because this is actually very important. Let me stop drawing. A lot of people might hear that and it will sound so simple that they'll just say, that's stupid. He's talking nonsense. There's no way that that actually works. I ask you, have you ever actually tried it? Have you ever for real given an honest shot? And by an honest shot, I mean, at least the shot you would give a garbage TV show that you hate. That is to say, hours, right? I've watched a lot of bad TV that I know it's bad. I don't like it. Whoops, watch a whole season. Have you given an honest try to focusing on and just feeling the good feelings that emerge while you work? The answer for 99% of you is, of course you haven't, because culture doesn't prepare you to do that, doesn't have you practice that, you don't meditate, something like that. So of course you haven't, right? So you're just going off of your gut reaction to, that sounds too simple, that sounds stupid, that sounds treacly, it sounds saccharine. That is your cultural conditioning ruining your life. Ruining your life. I promise you. Give it an actual shot. Say just say for a week. Just for a week. The chips are down. I hate making art. I've taken all of the joy out of it. Just for a week. I'm going to say for a half hour every day, right? For a half hour, 7 times in a row. I'm just going to put on a timer for a half hour and I'm going to sit and doodle nonsense, but I'm just going to pay attention less to the drawing and more to what's happening in me. And when I feel a moment of peace, when I feel a little inkling of a little good, maybe it's a good feeling in the body, maybe it's just the gap between painful thoughts, I'm just going to focus on it. I'm just going to focus on it and feel it. Just a half hour for 7 days to save your fucking life and see what happens. See what happens. You might surprise yourself. I know you'll surprise yourself. The first time that the attention makes a little seed, a little warm feeling in the hands, a little warm feeling in the guts, explode into cosmic ecstasy, then you'll know. You'll be quite surprised. Oh, you'll be surprised. Oh, you'll be surprised. You'll be rolling on the ground laughing. Indeed. Then you'll know what the great joke was your whole life. You'll know what you were in danger of dying without ever having noticed. Jesus. Daryl Grant says, practicing that has helped my sanity so much over the past few years. It's hugely important. I mean, that's the key to turning art into a treasure realm. Which is a very important part of the process. You need to turn drawing into a pocket dimension that is invulnerable to pain and suffering, so that you will always be okay going there. You'll want to go there, even when life is difficult. Then the practice will be invulnerable. You'll never quit, you know. It's like, quit drawing. Oh, why would I ever quit the no side effects opium that I can access anytime I want? It's like, quit. Hello, Ednax. Nantel says, do you have any thoughts or prompts on how to find the what for myself? Since I've spent so long on the how, I never made a what. First off, don't blame yourself or anything like that. Our current culture, it doesn't ask artists to be real artists anymore. It's an epidemic, because of the way that our culture is set up right now. Every artist is inclined to just focus on the how, because there's no place for them in the world and in current culture. Our current culture doesn't want you to be an artist; it wants you to be a consumer. And if you are insisting on being an artist, our culture wants you to be a consumer artist, right? Our culture is much more concerned with, what drawing tablet you're going to buy than what you're going to draw. That's going to be as far as culture is concerned, the greatest value that most artists will produce these days in their whole career. They're not going to let you connect to your fellow man. They're going to, just chalk up the $2,000 you spent on a Cintiq. So it's not your fault. That's the first thing. So do not ever be hard on yourself about it. That is only going to make it more difficult. So cut out any impulse to be hard on yourself about it, except that now you're on a journey about the what, and go inward. You need to turn inward. There's every kind of way to turn inward. A lot of people find journaling very useful for that task. An exercise that you can do that I've told a lot of my students to try is just start a journal that you write in every day where you assume from the beginning that everything in your life was already pregnant with meaning. You're not supposed to have a perfect understanding of what I just said. Fill in the gaps there. That it's room for creativity, right? So everything, where you were born, how your sister treated you, the memory of your first day of first grade where you weirdly remember the color sweater that your mom was wearing when she said goodbye. Everything like that, absolutely everything, already pregnant with meaning. Fated by the universe, imminent, needed to be that way, and needed to be that way for a reason. Put that stance in your mind and in your heart, and then just in this journal, write absolutely everything you can remember about your life. And again, don't go asking, all right, but how? Should I psychoanalyze myself? Should I ever do digressions? Do whatever the fuck you want, right? Like, take all the rules off of yourself and just explore from that starting place. Now, I'd be very surprised if you did that if you didn't start discovering a what pretty quickly. What it is that you actually care about. What you want to make art about. I'm gonna grab another playlist here. These are rock covers. How do I feel about this? Let's see. Let's let it play for a minute and I'll decide what I think. Anthel says, this sounds like a life-changing exercise. It would be if you do it, if you commit to it. It's blown a few people's heads wide open. I'll give it my best shot. Go for it. And guide yourself through it. When you're confused about it, be a light unto yourself. Remember, our culture is trying to force you to be a consumer. Even the artists of this era have been turned into consumers of art advice. That's good to some degree, not to the degree that it has grown to. So when you find yourself confused, as much as you can, when you hit a snag, try to be a light unto yourself. Pull back, meta-analyze. Ask yourself where you're seeking permission. Ask yourself where you're limiting yourself. And wherever you find those limits and wherever you find that permission seeking, cut it off like your offending hand and free yourself Monkino says, "Oh God, I'm starting to see things I'm not supposed to see." You're supposed to see them. You're supposed to see them. You're supposed to see them. What program is that? Leonardo! Have you ever painted with oil, Steven? I've been meaning to try them out for a while now. Walk in Nature is also great. Says Woofo. Yes, I have painted in oils. I used to do a lot of plein air oil painting back in Los Angeles, where I used to live. By the way, Steven, have you finished that game drawing? Game drawing. I think it was related to Paradise Lost. I've done a lot of Paradise Lost drawings, but I don't know what you mean by game drawing. Where'd the music go? Should still be going. Yeah, it's going. Woofo says, should I find the meaning or make up meaning for everything? Both? Again, you know, questions like that, it's like, what feels right in your heart right now? Right now, you know? What does it mean to find? What does it mean to make it up? Why do you feel the need to have Steven Zapata verify what you should be doing? Those are the big questions. Yeah. Yeah, I like him. Is this Mega Man music? You bet. It sure is. Today's stream is getting sacrificed to Content ID. Think I would, if I was gonna take another pass at this, I'd make this middle Steven head bigger. But I do like the overall vibe for a not peaceful Psy Steven, I do. Do I want to do another mech? Do I want to do Sturvin's mech? Does anyone have any ideas for other Stevens like Slurpin? Any other genius ideas like Small Slurpin? Oh no, Slurpin's on the color layer. Terrible. Steven, if you remove this stream, how will there be a record of it for the Stevens of the future to be influenced and inspired by? That's true. That's true. Cleveland? Cleveland. Now that's either a Steven with cleavage But the thing is that Shivan already exists. Cleveland's sword has cleavage on the hilt, but it just looks like a dick. Oh, there's no coming back from that one. Really, the handle just for real looks like a wiener. It is what it is. Okay, so Cleven is either a Steven with cleavage or maybe Cleven is like a Steven that is two rock faces that have cleaved together. So it's more like geological cleavage. Okay, maybe that's cleaving. Hi, Joey.
Cleave.
How do you make a voice that sounds like cleaving rocks?
Cleave.
I think that's it.
Cleave.
I think that's it. Steven made entirely out of ears. That is funny. But oh my god, that'd take me a long time. Kind of looks like a Klingon. What is this remix? I wasn't in the market for this remix. I wanted the OG. Maybe this is the remake from Maverick Hunter X. Okay, yeah. We could definitely... That would be Irvin. Trust me, I could do the whole body like that. Don't worry about it. It would just take forever. Crazy to think some people are afraid of drawing ears. Steve Irwin, that's... I gotta say, that's not bad. At some point, I won't be able to look at ears without thinking about Steven. You're already there. My son, you are already there. Steven from Minecraft next. No! Give his ears some wax. Yeah, he definitely could use some wax. How cursed can this be? My friend, this is blurst. He's not cursed. Your ears were never big to me until this series, lol. That's the power of art. It reveals the truth. Truths that, without the art, the viewer's eye may never have noticed, may never have seen. That's what art does. It reveals the truth. A lot of great ideas from people. A mouse Steven. Some people's ideas are just names. Batvon. Is it Batvin or Batvon? This Steven only communicates in high-pitched clicks and squeals. Bat Stevens, Venpire, Steve Ferratu. Waven, Steven Waifu, Shivan already exists. For a lot of these ideas, I just have to say, Shivan exists. You already got what you wanted. I have, as always, already delivered. The Mega Man X4 soundtrack, pretty good, man. How many nipples do bats have? Anybody know? I feel like bats have a lot of nipples. Do they have long nipples? Like that? Anybody know? I'm gonna say bats have 6 nipples. And one of those long pinky dactyl wings. I like when it's like that. I like when the long edge of the wing is actually the pinky of the hand. Just draw through for a second here. Dang, the temperature was so nice in here before. Now it's suddenly getting cold, 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 cold. Cold, 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 cold. Freezing out there.
Carbvin.
Steve Bo Dumbo, but it's Steven. I don't know who Steve Bo Dumbo is. Is Carbvin just me as a car? AAZ says, hey Steven, your streams get me through the workday. Thank you. Question, do artists have a responsibility to speak to the times that we live? Or is political art cringe? Thanks. No, there's no responsibility, but it's absolutely something you can do if you want. Political art is not cringe. I mean, there's a difference between political art and propaganda, right? And people have been making political art for a very long time. It's like even something like Dante's Inferno can be thought of as a political art. It's not propaganda. It's like if you actually read Dante's Inferno, a lot of that book is up its ass, is up its own ass, critiquing Florentine politicians. No one knows who they are anymore.
Stave, it's me, Batvin.
I just feel like it would need to be much higher pace. Steve, it's me, Batvin. It needs more like a echolocation clicking sound, like. Steve. I can imagine it in my head, but it's like it would be a killer on the voice to do. It'd almost be best as just a just an effect you put under the voiceover. Like you just record Batvin talking and then run a constant clicking sound under his vocals. Magma Dragoon 2-step, let's go, hell yeah.
Stave, I have nipples.
Stave, Batvin has nipples. Stave, Batvin has nipples. Kind of sounds like Colonel from Metal Gear. From MGS2. Stave? Stave!
It's me, Solid Stave. They're all some kind of clone of me.
People want Carvin. God, I haven't drawn a car in years. What would Carvin be? Carvin would just be an aspectoid of the fact that Steven drove cars while he was alive. You can imagine Stave just being like, what are you supposed to be? I'm Carvin. I'm an aspectoid of the fact that Steven drove cars in his original life. Really? Quite a choice. I mean, he didn't particularly like cars. No, but he did drive them. Beep. Honk. I do like bats, so this is Batvin is a pretty legit Steven. Our drawing Ascendant design sheet is really, it's getting very high quality. And everything's slowly getting bigger as it goes to the bottom, which I keep doing in Leonardo. Clown from Outer Space, Steven. Let me see, I'm getting tagged here. Nanthal says, you mentioned artists are expected to be consumers. Do you think there's an issue with artists only as producers of consumerism products? For sure. What is art without entertainment anymore? Lots of art is not entertainment. And lots of art has been made throughout history that had no concern for entertainment. There's other reasons to make art. Obviously, in a stream like this, it's gonna lean towards entertainment and people who think that entertainment and storytelling, sort of writ large in a pop cultural way, is sort of elevated, right? Because we like that stuff. But lots of other reasons to make art. You can, a lot of the art of the past was more focused on spiritually elevating you, and entertainment would probably be a distant thought compared to the spiritual elevation portion. It's like you may wind up entertained as a byproduct just because of how few images you saw in your life, but that's not why the art was being made. And there's lots of artists working today who their main objective is to challenge you, make you think, terrify you, rather than entertain you. But unfortunately, I mean, entertainment is like it's gone too far. It's like an epidemic sickness in our culture. We're being entertained to death. The normalization of entertainment has transformed into an expectation of entertainment. And we have transformed things that really, on a second thought, we might not want necessarily to be burdened with entertaining you. We've put that burden on them, right? Things like education. Education has become this weird, entertainment has become this essential corollary to education that is really just a lot to put on education. A lot of people today, they expect that they should be at least somewhat entertained while they are being educated. Don't let it be boring. And it's like, that's a new idea. And the fact that you would feel you need to be entertained while being educated is just the product of your addiction to entertainment. Batman. No, if I'm gonna do this guy, I need to do the mech first. Let me change my playlist here again. Got into all the soft ambient sounds instead of the boss tracks. Remember there was this one video I had found. Remember the thumbnail was like X playing guitar. I thought I liked that one and now I lost it. I haven't seen it. Maybe this was it. No, I think this is the one we started on. I'm stupid. All right, let me get a few questions I'm being tagged in. Artifacts of Exile says, hey Steven, I'm currently neglecting drawing stuff, but I think I want to dedicate myself more to it when I'm done with music theory and I can do proper songs. Go for music first. That's all right. Music is a beautiful art form. No one will begrudge you diving into music before you dive into drawing. Daryl Grant says, we need operetta Ven, the 9-year-old girl in you singing Ave Maria at a funeral with all her might. That one might need a whole scene. That one might need a whole scene. Praying Mantis Steven, Greek Vin, Think Vin, Steven made out of absorbed weaker Stevens, like if a tree was made of people reaching out for the heights of the branches. A failed apotheosis Steven that tried to integrate with an original but failed. Well, that might be more of a plot point, but you're thinking the right way. Webvin. That like Spider-Man Steven? Syntax Rigger says, would a Steven with one left arm draw with his feet or adapt? I think probably draw with his left hand. It's like the way that I draw with my left hand might be just a form, a mode of drawing. Left-handed Steven should be, I should draw him with my left hand. Nanthal says, your thoughts on entertainment is insightful. Every answer you give in these streams are so thoughtful, original, and reflective of my own experiences in a way I can never articulate. Well, that's very nice of you to say. I'm glad they're working for you. Nanthal says, I wish you would take all these questions and do full videos on them. So much to unpack and explore. I could, you know, I've thought about, I often think about how much is in the streams, but I mean, God, we just, we cover so much in such tight spaces with the streams, you know? Where do you insert the petrol? Right in. Right in here, baby! Okay. So we call action drawing. You guys wouldn't know anything about that because you don't know any art history. You guys wouldn't know a fucking thing about that. Wait a minute. How about Steven? Says Kyokos. Steven with a PH. Those don't exist. Those can never be. Not in my universe. Steve Vampires? Oh yeah, we could do interview with the Steve Vampire for sure. That's very funny, Kyo. This is a Steven who doesn't draw, who, unlike the other ones, is insecure that none of them wear pants. All of the other ones are naked, but he just doesn't like that. Shy locker room Steven who doesn't draw? Yeah, that's good. Piss Christ is such a memorable work. It is. Can't say it isn't memorable. It's definitely punk as fuck. Streamvin, your streamer persona. It's implied already that Stave is my streamer persona. Because he says in the intro that he's compiled from millions of hours of Steven Zapata art streams. I think in the intro he says public persona, not streamer persona, but that's what's implied. Ready? Start. Ready. Eldon Steven. Oh yeah, we're gonna do that for sure. We could do that when we do Knight Stevens. Knight Stevens. You're listening to WXBJ, the Knight Steven. I'm Steven, your host here on Knight Steven. We're taking calls from other Stevens who are feeling love lost and forlorn. Steven, you're up next. Tell us your story. Why, I met another Steven and I thought we had a real connection, but with us being the same person and all. We went on some amazing dates. But then after the third one, I started sending some texts that didn't get responded to. I've only just accepted that Steven ghosted me. Oh, Steven, that's so horrible to hear. Don't you hate it when Stevens do that? I think that Stevens everywhere need to have more respect for Stevens. And at least just let them know, honestly, like, I don't think this is going to work out. And it's okay to do that. It's okay to just be honest. Even if you've already fucked. Yeah. Because we had fucked, yeah. And I thought we really had something special. Well, because, you know, we're having sex with ourselves. Yeah. We hear that story here on Knight Steven all the time. What do you guys do while you draw? Listen to podcasts or something? I have a little 10-year-old nephew who every time he sees me, he says, I watched your newest video. And every time I respond, I say, don't watch my channel. It's not for kids. I tell him, do not watch my frickin' YouTube. Man, I forgot about this song. X fighting Zero and X5. Oh my god. The emotionality. The drama. The pathos. My god. I gotta run to the bathroom again. Coming up on 3 hours here. Makes sense. Take a quick trip to the old whiz room. All right, I'll be right back. I'll leave the music playing. Man, I'm looking at some Mega Man X6 game footage over here. I do not remember that at all. When the hell did that happen? How do I feel about the more 8-bit era? Car Talk with Click and Carbon. Demon of Hell Anime Studios says you're designing yourself. Yes. Don't make me replay. Don't make me replay the intro. Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. I don't see what's so hard to get, you know? It's an advanced sci-fi future where my art streams, my art, and my personality became the basis for all of intergalactic human civilization. I don't see what's so hard to understand about that. This is from Mega Man 10. It was a Mega Man 10? I didn't even know there was a Mega Man 10. Did that like come out recently? Not like a rebooting the classics kind of a thing. I think I'll get back to doing Shivan. I mean, not Shivan, Sivan. I think I could do some more, explore some more far out there stuff for Sivan. Whoops. Is there one with a cup of coffee? They're all avid coffee drinkers. And this Steven Who Doesn't Draw keeps Keeps a Zapata Tech floating platform. Always nearby. That suspends his cup of coffee. For easy access. Anytime that he needs it. Put the coffee shop logo on there. Really good logo that coffee shop has. And because it's a Steven who doesn't draw, a little barista blood on it. The best advice. The best flavor of coffee. Barista blood. Steve Bucks, yeah. Coffee from Steve Bucks. Are the non-drawing Stevens like Chaos Marines from 40k? I don't know anything about Chaos Marines or 40k in general, but though I should. Everyone says I would love Warhammer. I'm not convinced, but from the outside, I'm not convinced. But I should get into it. I should play Space Marine 2 and see if that gets me into Warhammer. Maybe I'll do that on stream sometime in 18 years when my son is grown. But Stevens who don't draw, basically, if you pay attention during the episode of Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, episode Epic 1, that I play on stream, the Steven who doesn't draw in there makes the philosophical statement about Stevens who don't draw, which is that they believe that drawing is a hole into which will escapes, and it makes Stevens weak. And by refraining from drawing, they allow that will to grow inside of them. And because of Stevens' natural will, bequeathed onto them by the sacred ZNA, is so powerful, it eventually transforms them from the inside out into these overpowered monstrous beings that have no outlet. Cheesevin? Because every universe needs a cheesy Steven? It's just a normal Steven, just pockmarked like cartoon cheese. Just with holes in them. So was saying, please don't eat me, man. No, dude, come on. Why has everybody got to take a bite out of Cheesevin? Oh, come on, man. Why has everybody got to take a bite out of Cheesevin? Technical stream problem, Steven? Yeah, it's just Steven with a desk in front of him, looking annoyed. Obviously very frazzled hair because he's frazzled. Probably says, I made Leonardo hotkeys with auto hotkey script. Do you know how I should release it for people to use? I don't know how to release scripts like that. I do know that you can do that with various apps and plugins and things like that, but I don't know how to share that stuff. I mean, if it's just a script, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could share it on like, the heck's it called? GitHub or something like that. And do you want it? I actually I do not find that the things that I do in Leonardo need, what am I trying to say? I do not have trouble, because what I'm doing in Leonardo is so limited, I do not have trouble switching my brain to Leonardo's shortcuts, which is not the case with most applications. I can go from Leonardo to Photoshop and then back, and sort of instantly be back in each other's shortcut space. Yeah, it's just like with Leonardo, basically all I'm doing is sketching. All I do is actually put down blobs and resize my brush, and that's basically it. So it makes it very easy. I still don't know how the fuck people use square bracket for brush. I use 1 and 2 key, also holding D works. Yeah, I do the holding D thing. I just slide for brush size like that. Which you can also do in Photoshop, but I've always had trouble mapping it to a shortcut. It's like 2 keys that, because I use a Magic keyboard, I can't quite get it to go. And yeah, in other drawing software, I always remap, the brackets are just way over on the other side of the keyboard. I always remap brush size to Q and W. Pros of this app, I thought it was clip. I have a video that you can go watch that explains that, called My New Favorite Drawing App Only Has 8 Brushes. That was the most successful clickbait I've ever done. I really regret that. But yeah, it's weird. The pros of this app are that there's very few pros. I like how limited it is. It's like a step up from MS Paint in a way. That's not being offensive. It has a great brush engine. The 8 brushes that are in there, I think, are very nice, very useful. But I explained this in the video, what I like about it, as someone who's been doing digital art since I was 12 for a really, really long time, is that there's so little you can do that you just focus on drawing. And I don't have that in any other app. In every other app, I get so tricky and shortcutty and, I just have all these habits for it. I don't have that in Leonardo. And then you mix that with infinite canvas where you can just keep drawing to, make a silly sheet like this and keep all of your designs together. It just hits a very particular sweet spot for me. Did you know you can drag out infinite color wheels? Yeah, you can drag out infinite of any of the menus, I think. My mouse is acting odd right now. No, I thought you could do all the menus. But yes, I've definitely dragged out a bunch of color wheels before. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is the Steven who doesn't draw, who for some reason, unlike the others, is insecure that they don't wear pants. And so he wears pants. get this on there. Bick says, jam into some old school SF, are we? SF. This is Mega Man X. Wait, what does SF mean? Lost. It's probably just late enough that I'm not putting two and two together. And Bick, I shouted you out at the beginning of the stream for joining as a patron. Thank you. I forgot about Carvin for a second. How could I ever forget about Carvin? Let's look at Steven for a little bit more. Does anyone use auto hotkey here? I use because I use an Apple keyboard. I use it because the profile is so low profile. I like that for while painting. But I just use Power Tools. That tool it comes with Windows, I'm pretty sure. That lets you remap a lot of hotkeys. Demon of Hell says, do you think it's a blessing or a curse if you can achieve your dream pictures every time? Emotionally, it's definitely a blessing. People would kill for that. Are you kidding me? Hold on, let me look at my face. No, my real face is so much more extreme than that. That's better. Always got to go for the cartoon first, you know? It's a real challenge. You know, you think you're pushing, but it's like your face is probably freakier than anything than that you're drawing, you know, as demonstrated there. It's quite hard to actually push as far as reality. I mean, once you have the eye for it, you see that everybody looks like goddamn cartoon characters. People are freakishly strange looking. I always forget what side my snaggletooth is actually on. I'm so used to seeing it in the mirror, you know. A storm Steven. A Steven made of mud. We could definitely do some elemental Stevens. What if Steven has a cloak made up of the drawing hands of other Stevens? Impossible to animate. I think if he's going to have the cloak of hands, cloak of drawing hands. Lean into the bio aspect with a like an H.R. Giger feeling-ish body. Feels apropos. Giger's a main influence. I mean, I like that. I think that's good. I mean, it still has the cloaky big thing up here energy of the previous designs, but the specificity of it being the drawing hands of other Stevens, that feels evil and feels weird. It's low-key a reference to one of my drawings. Of course, I don't have a censored version of this. Let me see. God, I hate the internet where there's nothing but porn and titillation on the internet, but if I show a drawing of a nude body, I'm the pornographer and I get banned. God, I hate the internet. How can I do this? All right, let me just, give me a second. Let me just make me just me. Okay. This is the easiest way to do it. And then I will just put this down here tactfully. Get the positioning just right. Oh, you know what? I'll just bring it into Leonardo. And I'll censor it real quick. I think on YouTube, if it's art, you're good. You're not. I really wish. But you are not. If you've done a little too earnest of a job on a genital or a nipple, YouTube will still get you. It's never happened to me, but I've seen it happen to others, so I can't risk it. Okay. Where's my damn... all these scenes. Where's my screen recording? I should just make it all caps. Why don't I do that? Oh my God, where is it? Here it is. All right, there we go. You know, they rhyme. You know, there's a poetry there. This is a pretty old drawing. I can't remember when this is from. 2020? 2019? Something like that. But there's a little bit of rhyming with an original there, you know? Which makes sense for Steven. So it's evil. It rhymes with an original. Still has the energy of what I've got going on in this little concept painting I did a while ago. It feels bio, which jives with the H.R. Giegerish design language I was imagining for his suit, which I was thinking about here when I did these rib riffs, but you could just barely make out. Like on this leg, you can barely see that there's a little bit of Giegerish influence going on. I think we got something here. I do. Well, let's delete this guy before we get in trouble. Actually, I could put him on the reference layer. Since he is censored, and he is opaquely censored, that's very important. No, not on a layer. He's got to be right into the pixels. Have you ever done 2D animation? Not really. Steven, do you think artists are narcissistic? They can be, but I mean, I think that's just an artist's right. You know, you're trying to self-express with your art. In order to have a great depth to that expression, you need to know yourself quite well. So at least for a period, you probably need to engage in a bit of narcissism, you know, just analyzing yourself and your preferences and your aesthetic and your inner story and your rich inner life just on a level that a lot of people never would, you know? I think it's just a necessary part. AAZ says, Steven, returning to drawing from reference after a long time drawing only from imagination, I thought it would be easy, but I found it incredibly difficult. Can one stay proficient in both? I think most people just have an inclination. I think most people in the end wind up preferring and therefore being a little better at one or the other. But you can definitely be proficient at both. But I don't know, for me, I'm like, I know I can always do a better drawing mostly from imagination than I can mostly from reference. You know, I find references at a certain point, I find them stifling and they hold the drawing back. Warrior here says, hey Steven, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your channel. I come from the computer science side of things and found your videos through your AI commentary. Go figure. Warrior here keeps saying, it's been interesting to see into the artist's perspective on these things. Raposa Johnston, who I was not aware of before, I've stayed for the art and philosophy. Your videos about one's relationship to the practice have also helped me remember why I like programming to begin with. Nice. And you got me to pick up a pencil. Happy drawing. Thank you, Warrior here. I appreciate it. And indeed, thank you for being here. And I'm glad the videos could get you to pick up the pencil. I mean, what an honor, you know? What better thing could my videos be doing? Happy drawing to you. All jokes aside, this style would be great for a comic. That's if you ever wanted to make one. Well, Drawing Ascendant has already been licensed as a comic book, a graphic novel, soap boxes, like literally the little boxes that bars of soap come in. It has been picked up for a 80 entry cinematic universe. That cinematic universe has been officially announced that it's going to be adapted into an anime. And it has also been officially announced that they are remaking the anime adaptation of the cinematic universe. And I also announced on this stream that there is going to be an art book that covers the pre-production of the remake of the anime of the cinematic universe. So it's, you know, all of this, you know, the style is very much, it's geared towards making, you know, all of those things very, very easy, you know, and difficult, because it needs to be difficult enough to do that it's famous and influential and powerful, which we know it is. So I've succeeded. Now I'm rethinking, because of this new design language, I'm rethinking the swords. I like the idea that they were like the whiteout version of Incantia. You know, Incantia is like black ink. and Steven's swords are more white out or pro-white, like the comic book artists use. I need it to fit the... Feels like he's got a different design language now. Oh, yes. The Bubble Crab song again. Take me away, Bubble Crab. Damn, that's good. Damn, that's good. Damn, that's good. Shady on Fire says, what are the considerations you take when you're designing for a fun experimental process versus when your designs are based on specific real life references and you need to be more rigid with how I can push it? I mean, they're different. They're different modes of design, you know, and both can be pushed very far. I mean, so in this case, you're saying like the experimental process, by contrast, would not be based on specific real life references, and ironically, that could be a lot harder because there's nothing to push against. When you are looking at specific real life references, obviously depending on the reference, you might be looking at something like an animal, right? Like the forms on a toad or something like that, where those forms are actually going to be psychotically awesome with all sorts of nuance and things that you can't even really see until you've looked at like 1,000 toads and things like that. And those things actually can be latched onto. You can push against those things and get to something more far out a lot of the time than you would have if you were just doing the experimental whatever kind of a thing. So I don't really know if it's like a versus thing, you know, I think it's an acknowledgement of the pros and cons of each, right? But really like a real world reference, a real life reference, if you pick them carefully and you get into them very deep, you know, I'd say most artists will get to something crazier using a real life reference than they will just on their own trying to make something totally alien. It's like, you can't really make something totally alien. You know, you're of this world, you're influenced by things. You may think that you're doing something that has no reference point in reality, but 99 times out of 100, you definitely are. You know, you're not hitting the level of something even as mundane as a toad, you know? Goodbye, Kyokusei, who says, heading out now for sleep. Zzz, thanks for the historic stream, no problem. It's my pleasure to make ahistoric streams. Let me get my skeletons. This rib cage a little bit. Since I was talking about real world references, I might as well take my own advice and look at this Skelemens for a second. Think about hey, what the? Hey! Turntable came unglued from my Skelemens. Cody says, why do you think artists seem to be more sensitive to reality existence than people who aren't creatively inclined? This is going to show my bias, but I always say it on here. Artists are my people, right? So I'm okay to own this bias. I really mean this. Like, it's going to sound really pretentious, but basically, like, besides people who like go to war or dedicate themselves to others in some other way, I just think artists are more courageous. I really believe that. I know that that's maybe not the common view of artists, you know. They're usually seen in cultures like craven or cowardly or something like that, but not in my experience. It's like you only do something like this, especially through all of the pain and suffering and self-doubt and inner turmoil that often the art practice brings with it. You only do it if you are courageously pursuing something, even if you don't understand what that thing is. I often, you know, I recently have had some conversations with people, I won't say who, but like people who are close to me where like, they reveal that they like, just straight up, they're just like, refuse to literally like even look at things that make them feel existential because of the deep fear that it brings up. And they're like, don't talk about that. No, I don't do that. I want, you know, and they just own it. You know, they're willing to tell me in this case that they're just like, I won't do that. I won't talk about that. I won't think about that. I won't look at that thing because it makes me feel, it basically makes me think about the stuff that I think about all the time. Like, you know, why are we here? What is existence? You know, the crushing sense of cosmic scale and things like that. And artists just deal with that stuff all the time, you know? And I think that it takes a level of courage, you know? I honestly find I'm jealous of, honestly find that I was jealous of these people when they told me, because I've been, to a degree, desensitized to that real sense of fear that those things bring up. And I'm like jealous that it's so raw for them, you know? Like, again, I don't want to give specifics because I don't want to, you know, it's personal stuff. I don't want to give these people away or anything like that. But I was one of them. I was literally like, they're experiencing like Lovecraftian cosmic horror, even though that's not a thing. They wouldn't even know what I meant when I said that phrase. And I'm like, I wish I could get that in a pill, you know, because I can't feel that anymore. It's like, I want that. But yeah, it's maybe not courage as traditionally thought, but there is a putting it all on the line quality to art, and people know that. You know, that is the tone of art history when you read art history. You know. Sorry about that last anecdote. I realized too late into it that I couldn't really give the anecdote without specifics, and I wasn't going to give specifics, so sorry about that. Definitely not my best storytelling job. AAZ says, Steven, you mentioning be your own patron in your video on quitting your job helped me come to terms with pursuing art while also working full-time and not feeling like a failure. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad that that little mental framing helped you with that. Because, yeah, I think we get in our heads, or a lot of people get in their heads about, I don't know, they get to thinking that there's things they have to do with their art. And it's like, there isn't. Like, there's any which way to do it. I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling like a lot of people think they have to go pro just because like they've shown their family members some art and their family members have gone like, whoa, man, you got to try to make money off this stuff. It's like, dude, don't. It's not a good reason to go pro. It's like, that's just your family member. I mean, they're serious, right? But you have to understand that it's like, that's also just them not really knowing how to interface with art. You know, they're probably not an artist. They're not an art critic. They're not an art historian. They probably don't think about art that much. And they're just trying to relate to you. And they're kind of awkward about it and they don't know how to do it. And there's only so many canned cultural things to grasp at. And before you know it, they're like, oh, you could show these in a gallery, you know, because that's all they fucking know about art. So it's like, tread lightly. Like, really ask yourself why you're gonna put you and your art through the difficult process of going pro. You don't do it for others. You've got to do it for yourself. Oh, by the way, in case anyone hasn't noticed, I am working on a slightly cream background, and that's just so when designing, I can use white if I want to on the character. That was probably obvious, but just in case anyone hadn't noticed. It's a good thing to do. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but there is definitely a beauty to just pure white on a design sheet, but for me personally, being a little off-white, very useful because, you know, sometimes there's just white stuff on your character, and if the background's white too, sometimes you wind up on a design sheet, all that's holding that white thing together is just like the outline around it. If you're just slightly off-white, then you can actually just make white things white and they read. Cody says, that's strange you mentioned that. I thought I was weak-minded for being deeply unnerved by considering things like that. I'm guessing you're talking about the existential stuff I was talking about before. Yeah, you're not weak. I mean, the considering is the courage of the artist. You know, you're seeking something deeply hidden about this universe, I personally think. And yeah, lots of people who are not creative, they know there's a depth of emotion there. Horror, even. Really strong feelings. And because they know that's there, they're just like closing that door in my life forever, you know? And I think that's just not a lot of creative people, you know? But that's what makes us different from the normies. I'm just joking there. I'm not actually creating the stupid normie distinction, but there is just it's a difference of what your sensitivities lead you to. Well, I would get plenty of practice drawing hands, that's for sure. I'm gonna wake up to so many content ID emails. If you don't make YouTube stuff, you might not know this. Well, you definitely wouldn't know this, but the content ID system on YouTube, which is the system that identifies, like, if I'm playing a copyrighted song, they're gonna detect it and they're gonna let me know. We're gonna share the revenue from this video with whoever owns the song, right? So UMG owns the Ariana Grande song that I play, they're going to send UMG half of the revenue or something like that. And they do that for everyone. So eventually everybody winds up making fractions of a penny if you just play a bunch of songs. But the crazy thing about Content ID is that they send you an email for every single individual song that got content ID'd. So I will wake up tomorrow to, let's say if each one of these Mega Man songs gets a content ID, I must have played, I must have played 100 different tracks at this point in the stream, repeated a bunch of them, but probably 100 unique tracks. I'll wake up to 100 emails tomorrow morning. Great. Thanks. Like, I didn't get it after the first one. Georg says, not sure if this could be related, but a couple of years ago, my grandpa passed away, and my mother confessed to me that she had never even thought about the possibility of him ever dying. Yep. Which to me was beyond crazy, says Georg. Yeah. I mean, it's in those moments where you realize that there really is a difference between artists and a lot of other people. We're just attracted to the really intense, the really existential, the emotional, the profound, that tends to be the kind of stuff that gets people into art, or at least art with a capital A. I mean, for a lot of us, it's also entertainment, right? But I see often that the real initial interest in art comes from the deeper stuff. And then for a lot of people in this sector, it's like the initial thing was there that comes from death and existentialism and mystery and beauty and, the mystery of aesthetic and things like that. All these very profound, big ideals. And then that's the core. And then entertainment almost just becomes an excuse to pursue it practically, to actually spend a lot of time drawing. But eventually everybody kind of rediscovers the core, Roundber says, any advice for keeping your wrists healthy? Going through a bit of a rough patch with my hand, wrist, arm. Yoga wrist exercises were what did it for me. These kinds of stretches never were enough for me. I found doing like the yogic wrist stuff, which is nothing crazy. It's just like you've seen them. It's like you get into a tabletop pose, you get on all fours and you start just like hands out flat like this on the ground. You start by going side to side, doing figure eights, really spin your wrists around. And then as you get a little bit more flexibility and stuff, you can spin your wrists all the way around and do all of that, do figure eights, put more pressure on them, come at it from different angles. And then eventually you can press your wrists like this into the ground. This is what I like to do now. So your hands are completely back against the ground. You press down in, you're pressing your wrist down into it, and then there You kind of move a little bit, move around. Those exercises for me, I mean, I'm not a doctor, be careful with your wrists, but I'm just saying for me, when my wrists were hurting a lot, maybe like, I never got to the level that I couldn't draw, but I noticed like, shit, I'm getting old. And my wrists are like definitely tender and threatening to become painful. I started doing those maybe like a couple years ago, and that completely got rid of it. It really, it's always strengthening. That's always what helps with the pains in the long run. It's like, it's one thing to be remedial, but in the long run, strengthening tendons, muscles, things like that, that's always what makes the pain get better in a long-term kind of a way. Lucy says, hi, Stephen. I hope you don't mind me working with power tools while listening. I guess I don't mind. That's fine. Have you watched Look Back before? No, I don't know that one. Cody says, do you think things are looking up for those of us who do want to do this professionally when it comes to recent updates with the AI stuff? Australia, people being sued and whatever else. I think what Australia did is a very good sign. Unfortunately, Australia doesn't really lead the pack. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really see like an open AI changing business as usual for the sake of Australia. Like maybe they would if the EU did the same thing as definitively. But yeah, I'll just be honest. I think that they would sooner they would just make ChatGPT inaccessible in Australia before they changed anything for Australia. But I do think it's a good precedent. It's good to see a place doing that. So I think things are getting better for us who want to illustrate and stuff professionally. Not yet. I do think things are currently getting worse. I mean, certainly from like what I hear and things like that, but you could just see it online. I mean, how much of TikTok, which I know a lot of us here, our age group and sensitivity and stuff, a lot of us are not on TikTok, right? But TikTok is, the biggest social media platform right now. It is way more culturally impactful than everyone who's copying them. Google, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and God, I mean, the amount of AI on TikTok I honestly find it unbelievable. And I also find it unbelievably disheartening how well it does. I mean, the numbers that it does, the engagement, the comments, it's just like flooding out artists completely, which, I mean, I'm not surprised. I said that I knew that was all going to happen in the end of art years ago. In my YouTube video, The End of Art, which I put out, when was that? It's like the end of 2022, like October of 2022. It's like I always knew that was going to happen, but God, it sucks to see that it happened so fast and all that. So for me personally, I think we're still on the worst. Like things are getting worse still, the worst downswing. Hate to black pill, but you guys know I always have to be honest about this stuff. I do see the possibility of things getting better because people hate this shit. So there's only so long they're going to stomach it if things stay this way. But especially for people who are just trying to get their feet under them. This is definitely a very hard time to do it, I have to admit. AAZ says, Stephen, any thoughts on Tolstoy's ideas of good versus bad counterfeit art? Ooh, I don't really know them, so I shouldn't comment on them. Escapist entertainment being empty amusement of idle people. Was he describing our current culture or just a grump? Yeah, I shouldn't comment on it too much because I don't know his actual thoughts. I haven't read them. But just to the idea in general, it's like entertaining art is not inherently bad. Focusing on entertainment is not inherently bad. I mean, people get a lot of joy from fun comics and fun animes and things like that. There's nothing wrong with that. And I was recently reading, oh God, I can't even remember the name of the book right now. I was recently reading Amusing Ourselves to Death. It's an old book by, Jesus, what's his name? I haven't finished it. Just have it on my phone and I poke at it before bed while bopping my son every now and then. Amusing Ourselves to Death by Neil Postman. Old book. But in there, he makes the point that we can't really judge a culture by the kind of shallow stuff that it knows is shallow and is presenting itself as shallow. And I mean, he was writing this back a long time ago. So I wonder what he would have felt in our current culture, but I understand the sentiment, Like, you can't really judge our culture by, the Mormon housewives of Salt Lake City, because it's clear that it's being presented in a tongue-in-cheek. Like, I don't think anyone making that show thinks they're making high art. They know they're making sort of crass entertainment. And I do believe that it's like, that has to get a pass if you're doing it self-consciously. It may hurt, I'm a pretentious asshole too. It may hurt to give it a pass. I watched the show. But I think it has to get a pass, because it's done consciously. I think that we have to judge the quality of our culture by the quality of the stuff that culture is putting forth as we think this is good. We think this isn't crass entertainment. We think this is high quality stuff. And by that measure, I think that our culture is in a benighted nightmare age that is going to be difficult to pull ourselves out of. I think that from that quite generous angle, we are doing very poorly. I think we're doing very poorly. Our culture's crass entertainment products are great. They do their job very well. But the stuff that our culture is trying to put forward as, true art, I think it's failing the test, It's not going well. Our movies are falling apart. Our visual arts are falling apart. I mean, consider the fact that AI art is being seriously presented as, again, not self-consciously as slop, but as real cultured art by people and institutions right now. And it's just, that is not just foolish. I mean, the fact that there's any uptake there really betrays a true reprobate degradation of our sensibilities. Did we ever get an update on OpenAI visiting Art Center? No, we didn't. I mean, I would normally be so on top of that, poking my contacts about how that went, but with the newborn, it's just like things like that, they fall to the wayside. If anyone has an update, do tell. You can email me or something like that. If there's any Art Center folks. I know a bunch of Art Center people watch the streams, including some of my old students that I taught at Art Center. So if anyone's plugged in over there and is listening, pop me an email if you have a little update on how the OpenAI visit went. Oh man, I'm really liking this Steven actually. I really like this Steven. I mean, it's quite different from what I was expecting, but it feels very, I don't know, feels on brand, you know, for my work and things like that. I quite like him. Dieselfunk says, since it is clear that Gen AI is here regardless of what anyone would wish, is there any circumstance in which the traditional arts industry could accept its usage? There's already been generative AI shows at like Christie's. They did the first one. They were auctioning off Gen AI pieces, even stuff just made with commercial models like Midjourney. They were auctioning them off as fucking NFTs or whatever. Like, it's already happening. Did my wife walk the dog before bed? The eternal question. AAZ says, I tried an AI song recently and had to turn it off even before I could even judge if it was any good because it made me feel so spiritually bereft. I get you. I hate what it's doing to us. The shift is happening where we're having a or we're currently in the intermediary stage where, at least for me, every image that I see, I now have to have this initial ping where I evaluate if it's AI now. Unless it's from, a trusted artist that I've been following their work for a long time and I know what they make and I know they can make it. And I hate that. And I do expect that that's just an intermediary stage before we all give up and say, well, actually, I'm just so exhausted of evaluating that from now on, it doesn't matter if it's AI, and that's when they win, That is when they win. Demon of Hell Anime Studio says, what if someone makes true art when making someone a fan art like a book or comic? What if someone makes true art when making someone a fan art like a book or comic? You mean like making... I'm confused about what you mean by making someone a fan art. Like doing a fan art on commission? Did my headphones die? They did. My streams are just too powerful. My completely charged AirPods cannot give me music for a whole stream. I guess I'll put these on for a little bit. But this will start the timer for getting off stream because these headphones always make me uncomfortable. Oh man, I forgot that, all right, hold on. I gotta do my audio balancing differently. Okay. I think you can hear the music now. Student Hell Amateur says something. So what if someone makes true art when making something a fan art like a book or comic? I mean, it really depends. What do you mean by true art, right? Do you mean like true art with a capital T and a capital A? I mean, look, I love entertainment too. I used to love it a lot more than I do these days. I do kind of feel amused half to death at this fucking point. But I understand, and I come from a place where it's just like, there really is little better than a great video game, or a great movie. But if you're talking about true art, like, forget true art, but let's say high art, right? Like really going for the gusto. We're talking trying to do as much as is possible with art, right? Like being original, which is a difficult word, trying to push things, trying to be as expressive as possible, trying to be as personal as possible, right? Which is, again, not the necessary goal of all art, right? But it might be the goal of high art, strictly construed. I don't think that's what people who are making fan art are going for. I don't think they would be offended by that statement. And no, I just don't think... I think that we may love the things we make fan art of, and we love our entertainment, but as much as we love it, it's like to think that that's the vector for high art is probably a lack of exposure to real attempts at high art. And that's not to offend, I don't spend my days, coming up with performance art pieces, right? I have chosen in my life that even thinking that what I love the most for me personally, what I value the most is I want to draw like a motherfucker. So that's what I spend my time doing. So I'm not belittling that at all. And there's nothing mere about drawing beautifully, but the realm of art is vast, and what is possible is incredibly vast. And we can't get it twisted. We've got to be honest with ourselves about what game we're playing and what realm we're playing in. So, yeah, all of that to say, I don't see fan art fan art is inherently pushing the consumerist ball forward, right? Forgive my language here, it's always going to sound negative on fan art. Some of my favorite artists do fan art nonstop, right? But it's a product of a particular part of our culture. It's like you're doing fan art of something that has already been granted a capitalist prestige, right? And you are participating in inflating its capitalist prestige, and you are increasing the habituation for people to react strongly to things that they've already been exposed to and that they're comfortable with and that they know, right? Like it by that I mean the effect of, like, you hear a pop song and the first time you're like, God, this song fucking sucks. I hate this song. This is no good. We've all had that experience. And then you hear it while you're at the mall, and you hear it at the coffee shop, and then it comes on the radio in the car, and by the time you've heard it 6 times, you're just like, God damn it, fuck. She's probably in Texas, Amarillo. All I know, George Strait said it. That's where all them exes go. If she ain't with me out here in Tennessee, then I don't know where she's headed. I'm guessing, I reckon, she probably in Texas. And you're just fucked, you're just singing that all the time. In my mind, that's like what we're all collectively doing with that nostalgic return over and over again to the things that we are familiar with. And again, there's beauty and comfort and the excitement of entertainment there. And, comfort is worth a lot to someone who, let's say, is sick or is going through a breakup or is having a mental health crisis or something like that. Like, that comfort that's available there can basically save their life, right? It could possibly save their life. So from that lens, it can be better than high art in that way. But do you get what I'm saying? It's like, it's already constrained. It's already heavily constrained by culture and by existing things. And by most definitions of what high art is going to be, high art is going to be extremely unconstrained. It's going to start with as few shackles on it as possible. Ooh, I like the banana hammock. Nice. Now, if you're an annoying college art teacher who, wants you to cover eggs in encaustic paint, went on that spiel about fan art, you'd probably hate them, but hopefully you can open your heart to it a little bit coming from your boy Stevie, who loves drawing, and even though he's talking about high art, is busy doing a drawing of himself with a banana hammock as a hand-stealing evil version of himself in the distant future. Like, those are my real opinions, but, I try to carry myself lightly on all these things. Hello, Nate. When are we getting the 15th epoch of the extended Zapotverse? I'm working on it. Don't worry. Much is in the works. Vic says, I'm really digging your recent sketches, Steven. I'll need to check out the Leonardo app at some point. I've been waiting for something like it for the last 13 years. It's been around for maybe 13 years. I hope the big release comes soon. And thank you for the kind words about the sketches. Froggy says, hello, Mr. Zapata, looking extra fatherly today. Thank you. Demon of Hell Anime Studio says, artifice versus art. Artifice is the root of art. That's where the word art comes from. One and the same. Nobody says, on fan arts, I kind of think that for a lot of people, making fan work is a quasi-spiritual experience, not even talking about extreme examples like Snape Wives. No, yeah, look, again, I see Bick also said, I disagree, that fan art can be a medium for real, genuine creative expression with a distinct voice, but it's rare. That, I'm not saying fan art can't have great expression, genuine expression. It could be a spiritual experience. Certainly, on the subjective side, any art making can be a spiritual experience. People who knit can have spiritual experiences. You can have the spiritual experience while knitting, right? You're knitting, you're meditating, it takes a long time, you're getting in the zone, you're letting your body do the thing. One day you realize like this all happens automatically. Boom, self is gone, Zen Kensho, like subjectively crushing spiritual experiences available doing anything if you pay close enough attention. And certainly, fan art does allow an opportunity to commune with the community and things like that. That's why I disclaimered that discussion with, it depends on the definition of art that you're talking about, right? That's why I was at pains there to talk about, are we talking about high art, right? Demon of Hell Anime Studios asked about true art, right, in quotes. So when I say true art, it's like, that's why I asked, capital T, capital A? Like, are we talking about the high art? The subjective quality of what we do make in art, I mean, my whole channel is about, you could be doodling dicks in your notebook, and I promise you can be feeling like you're mainlining the secret truth of the universe while doing that if you follow my 10 easy steps to spiritual enlightenment through drawing. But that's a different consideration than the high art, right? Like, there's just no getting around it. Like, the art history books are not going to cover fan art from this era. A very inclusive, very expansive art history book might mention, how in this accessible age, there was more people than ever doing things like making fan art and drawing, but it's not going to, you're not going to get a chapter on it, right? There is a different quality of art that I do believe we have lost, and I think that that's why we can find ourselves grasping in the dark, thinking like maybe a drawing of Ariel could be the high art. It's like that is from this, a thought like that, a feeling like that is coming from a place where we have lost the doorway to the high art. The path is very unclear to how to make art that is actually going to get its hands around culture's throat and change something, right? Which is what art used to be capable of, and it's really struggling with doing right now. The most influential art products these days are probably, annoying fucking guy podcasts, just like the Podcastiverse cycling the same 80 guests over and over again, and ripped guys who think they're scientists, and so that seems to be influencing culture more than anything else. The high art can break through that. It will have chapters in in the art history books. It will change culture. It will shift paradigms. It will create true narrative with a capital N. That is to say, it will change the way people contextualize their own lives. And like a piece of architecture, it is not just about the subjective. Like I said, you can be doodling dicks in your notebook and be experiencing Zen Kensho and having shattering spiritual experiences. Absolutely. The high art will impinge itself on the lives of others the way that architecture does. You know, it will no longer be optional. That is what we have lost the path to a little bit. And that is why we're sort of grubbing around on the ground for, you know, little nice, pretty bits of quartz and things like that instead of looking at the looming obelisk above us. And it's also a shame that we're at a point where having such a discussion, talking about such things, people can't help but take it self-reflexively and say, no, but my anime drawing, you know, like that's a problem too. Like I don't make the high art. I don't know how to make the high art, but I can speak freely without taking it self-reflexively that I just can admit, like, I know what I do is not the high art. And if I knew how to do it, I would do it because it could change the world. It would be very important to do, but I don't take it personally. I don't take it self-reflexively. I know that what I do is something else, and in my own way, I try to prepare a place in the future for the person who will create the high art, right? But that's not really with my drawings. That is probably more with the things that I have to say. But it ain't me, you know, I don't know how to do it. And I don't think this is the vector to do it in. Too high contrast, that light blue on the Sartorius. Dude, you can't recite that song to a native Texan. I know. It was just an example of getting a stupid song stuck in your head. Architects are also having an existential crisis about the art part of their craft, by the way. I know. Logan says, Steven, I know you're talking about I know we're talking about like important stuff here, but just quickly, what do you think is the most important way to practice pen and ink drawing? I've said it before. I think I've been pretty consistent on this particular piece of advice. Just only draw with the pen for maybe a month or something like that. Like, put the pencil away, say pencil's on lockdown for, it doesn't even have to be a month, just like a couple weeks of dedicated practice. Just use the pen, the pure black ink pen. Just use the pen as your sketching tool. And after a while, you'll feel much more free and uninhibited with it. And you'll discover a bunch of cool lines that you can make with it that you didn't know you could make. I think the main thing that holds back people's inking is when they have the ink pen in their hand, they can't help but seize up because they think like, all right, this is the inking part. This is where I trace things that I've already decided and things like that. It's just another, think of it, try to make it so it's just another pencil, you know, be very free with it. So just sketch with it. Make it, get the habit in there of just, you're allowed to be as free with it as you are with a pencil sketching. love the idea of drawing willies can be a spiritual experience. I mean, it just can be, you know, like, you know, drawing is one of the best paths to the spiritual truth because it's just, I mean, it's perfectly made for it. I mean, by nature of being illusionistic, it guarantees that it points you towards the truth. So it really doesn't matter what you're drawing, it's all available. A25 says, if it's okay to ask, how do you suggest approaching your art in a raw, vulnerable, and personal way without feeling exposed or embarrassed? Making truly personal art can be terrifying. Oh, well, I think that's the thing. I think you can't do it without feeling exposed or embarrassed. I think that if you got what you just asked for, you know, doing it without feeling exposed or embarrassed, you would rob yourself of the opportunity to make raw, vulnerable art. I think the real trick, the real pain of it, is that you have to make it and share it, accepting that it will be vulnerable and exposing and embarrassing. That's the only real way. If you try to conceal it, you're only going to rob it of its power for you and for the audience. And that's going to be tough on your emotions, but, you know, that's one of the ways in which art is a spiritual exercise. You know, will force you to get stronger, to grow. Yeah, I quite like that design for Steven, I have to admit. It looks much more evil than these two guys, who, yeah, I could say that they're evil Steven, but if I also told you they were hero Steven, you could kind of believe it. They still look a little too nice and normal. This guy looks unhinged. He looks like evil Steven. I'm liking that Steven much more. All right. We got a good design sheet going here today. We did a lot of stuff. Drew a bunch of stuff on this stream. Love doing sketches like this. We got a bunch of Stevens, including one that I actually genuinely really like. I think that's a good base. I need to figure out the Giegerish costume more. I think maybe make it even more straight up Giegerish. Maybe just one tone. Maybe just all gray. Just do the biomechanical thing. We got a start for a Psi Steven. A mechanical Steven. Cleaven. Obviously 2 options for Cleaven. Let's not forget that we got Slurpin. Don't ever forget Slurpin. One of Steven's lackeys. We got Irvin. Everybody said it was impossible. They said it couldn't be done, but they really have no idea how powerful my draftsmanship goes. I have not shown even 10% of my power. We got Batvin. He's got a cool logo next to his name. Really refined logo. Super powerful. Super refined logo. Batvin.
Steve, it's me, Batvin. Steve, it's me, Batvin. I have nipples. I have 6 nipples, Steve. Tiki, tiki.
A couple Stevens who don't draw, including one who is insecure that all the other Stevens who don't draw don't wear pants, and that doesn't sit right with him, so he has pants on. We got technical stream problem, Steven. Oh, let's not forget probably my favorite of the batch today, Carvin. I have not sketched a car in years, probably. And it really tickles me that the first car that I've drawn in years is Carvin. Is it just me, or is it's kind of badass, right? Like, is it just me, or is it kind of badass a little bit though? It is a little badass, I think. That Carvin goes really hard. Oh man, should we play some Mega Man X to end the stream? Because I've been listening to the music all day. Fuck it, it's gonna get hit anyway. Let's close out with a little, just friggin' go for 5.5 hours like usual. Let me, I gotta move all my stuff over, so let me. Just gonna go face cam for a minute here. Do, 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 do. Let's see if we can do this. I haven't set this up, so we might get some tech problems here. Oh, good. Updating Steam. And Optus says, tablet still on red, bro? I hope it's okay. What do you mean still on red? It was working fine. It just had that one crucial mess up. Yep, launching Steam is fucking up everything. Okay. Yeah, Steven, yeah, it's working fine. But it's been doing that a lot. I think it's just falling apart. That's it, but all these damn... Can you guys hear the game all right? All these damn graphics tablets, they all fucking suck. and they all crash and fall apart and get dead pixels and stuff like that. So that's why I just get the Huion, the cheaper one. So I don't want to buy like a Cintiq or anything like that. I gotta go back here. You guys let me know if you can hear the game all right. Yeah, filter type 2, whatever. We'll just play a little bit of Mega Man, just a little bit, say goodbye, say goodnight, just a little touch of Mega Man X, because we were listening to music the whole time and it was getting us in the mood for the Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, last next 1 Epoch 1, baby. So we're just gonna play a little bit of Fabled gameplay stream, says Cody. I'm a blue guy, I bought this Legacy Collection thing. This is the first time that I've played it. Let's see how the port is. Everything looks good technically. So if you guys have any closing questions for the stream or anything like that. Oh, it's even got the slowdowns from the SNES. That's how you know it's good. It's even got the slowdowns, baby. I'm a fucking bee. I'm a fucking bee, and I'm fucking you, baby. I'm a bee, and I'm fucking you, and I'm having sex with you. I'm a bee, and I'm fucking you. I'm having sex with you. I am a bee. I've got a stinger, and I'm putting it inside of you. I'm having sex with you, and I'm a bee. Walking ball dudes. That's what they call me, Mr. Walking Ball Man. Whoa, with the missiles. And I'm a fucking bee. I'm another fucking bee. I'm a bee and I'm having sex with you. I'm another bee and I'm having sex with you. Mm-hmm. Yo, it's a Mega Man, says NM August. A little bit of Mega Man X to close out the stream. Oh, it's collapsing. No. No, don't do that. Oh, this is good. You know, we're talking fan art and stuff like that. It's like, I'm feeling the nostalgia, the good, gooey nostalgia, you know? I can feel it. It's happening. Oh, that's Carvin! Dude, that's where I got the look. It's like it's got a face on it. That's Carvin, dude. Dude, that was Carvin. You guys saw it. Look, it's got like a face. It's like a car with the vroom vroom face. I didn't even know it. That's like, you can't do anything original in this world. That's what we were talking about earlier. It's like, I got the idea for Carvin from this enemy that you only see on the opening stage of Mega Man X. Cody says stream was just long enough for me to finish this painting. Dude, Cody, me reading your message made me get hit by the Carvin face, man. Dude, what the fuck, man? Why'd you do that to me, man? I thought we were buds, man. I thought we were buds, man. Who's that? It's Vile, sexiest guy around. Vile, I'm Vile. I'm having sex with you. We're making love. I'm Vile. We're kissing. We may be gay, but we're robots. I'm making love to you. I'm making love to you. I'm making love to you. I'm making love. You worthless piece of scrap metal. Did you think you could defeat me?
I guess I'm not powerful enough to defeat him.
I always hated that high-pitched voice they gave X, because when I was a little kid, I was like, he's definitely like, I guess I'm not powerful enough to defeat him.
X, you shouldn't expect to defeat him. He's designed to be a war machine. Remember, you have not reached full power yet. If you use all the abilities you were designed with, you should become stronger. You may even become as powerful as I am. I'll scout ahead and collect as much information on Sigma's fortress as I can. I'll meet up with you when you get there. See you later. I'm having sex with you. We're in love. We're having sex with each other.
He warped away before he could finish what we were saying. I didn't hit the save button. It's not gonna let me save. It's not gonna let me sababu. I gotta save my game. I gotta save my game. Yeah, I gotta save my game. Your wife's just getting up to get some water, and all she hears is, hey, it's Carvin! It's Carvin! It's got the face! It's true, man. All right, let me see. Are there any questions that I'm missing? I recall a while back you had issues with your 32-inch Cintiq. Did it ever get worked out? I use mine because it's big enough where I can see. I never had a 32-inch Cintiq. Maybe at work for a while? No, I only ever had one of the oh no, I did have, it wasn't 32-inch. It was one of the newer black Pro ones, but it was the smaller size. It was like the 27 or whatever it is. Ooh, one up from the bat. Not bad. It's Batvin. Oh my god, dude, that's where I got the idea for Batvin, dude. It wasn't even from the chat. We were just thinking of the bats in Mega Man X. We were wrong. We were so wrong. Dude, guys, we didn't even come up with Batvin. We're so unoriginal. It was just the bats from Mega Man fucking X. I'm disappointed in us. I'm truly disappointed in us. It's taking every hit and whatever. Every hit run. Wrong Steven then? Possibly. What does he have? X, I gave you the ability. What is that? Igasana. Oh. No, I was trying to think of how could I do Dr. Light in my mom's voice, but I can't do it. Yeah. This is a long text. Just give me the legs. Give me the legs. Just give me the legs. Give me the legs right now. Do the ad-libs count as fanfic? The ad-libs are canon, dude. Nobody says, also, are you familiar with Signalis? I'm not. Oops, sorry. I wanted to change the music and it made me completely crash the freaking game. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Signalis. And Cody, by the way, congrats on finishing that painting. IS1 Art Stream turned into a Let's Play stream. Just a little Meg Man. We listened to the music for long enough, I couldn't resist. We're closing out. We're ending stream. We had a beautiful stream. Big, beautiful stream. We did a lot of cool designs, the best designs, and historic designs that are going to become... I'm forgetting that I can actually dash now. It is crazy that they ported this and they don't let you... They don't let you remap the buttons. I would love to be able to remap the buttons on Mega Man X. Because to dash and shoot, you've got to do this horrible claw. I would love to put dashing on a trigger. Man, they really should put on a trigger. Can these things dash? I forget. Oh my god, I'm gonna die to a freaking bug. Ooh. I think we were having sex right there. I do. Me and that guy? You saw. You all saw. He will never admit it, but when our mechs clashed like that, we were doing it. Everybody knows that. You go, Cody. This game is so iconic. Dude, this game looks awesome. It's a robot. Yes, it is. Look at it. Look at the game. Look at Chill Penguin. I mean, awesome design. Don't lie to me. He is the coolest. You know, he's gonna do his penguin thing now. He's gonna make a penguin. You know, he's Chill Penguin. He's going to make a penguin, obviously. It's what a penguin has to do. You know, you can't hold it against him. He's a penguin. Penguins gotta make penguins. Penguins gotta make little copies of themselves. You can't hold it. Oh, you can't hold it against a penguin. It's just what penguins do. Come on. Come on, Chili. Oh my God, Chili baby. Oh my God, my little penguin baby. I love you, Chili. You're the cutest. Oh, he's so cute. Haven't played or watched this game since I was just a feeble grub. My feeble little grub. You're my feeble little grub. Feeble little grub. This game truly is iconic. The designs, the look, the music. I mean, they nailed it. Perfect 10 out of 10 game. You got shotgun ice. And watch. Here's how you use the power. Little cutaway. All games should still do this. When you get an ability, they should cut away. Let you see the ability being used. We might end after Spark Mandrill because damn, it's getting late. But you know, streams are crazy now. Streams go for 6 hours now. This is how it goes. But just the music. Gotta get the Spark Mandrill music. Da 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 da. Scott bought electricity on the ground. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, you fucking blue guys. Blue guys with 2 legs and green eyes. What are you? Seriously, what are you? I don't fucking know. What are these blue guys? They're like big gun turrets, so don't fucking know. And they're shooting electricity, and this level is awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot about these peacocks who bring the fucking light. They're so cool, what a cool idea. Okay, bam. This is just the internal narrative that I constantly have going in my head. Just Mega Man X levels. Oh my god. Oh my god, I wish it had killed me. I really do. Is there a secret down there? I feel like there's a secret. I don't remember. I don't remember where any of the fucking hearts are. No, maybe it's somewhere else. Oh no, not this guy. I forgot about this guy. This guy sucks. It don't get much worse than this guy. Waste my shotgun ice on him. Scoobity-ah. Cool sound though. When he pulls up the frickin'... Shameful timing on my part. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh yeah. I'm gonna die to the next light peacock. Scoobity-um. Whoop. What even are you? Is there a wheel with drill hands? Like, game fucking sucks. Shitty designs in this fucking game. Garbage designs. Shitty colors. Can't even tell what's on screen. Fucking muddy fucking garbage game. Doesn't communicate anything clearly. It's ridiculous. Stupid character design. Stupid character. The turtle! Here! Makes no fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. Give me just 3 tries. Oh! Great game. Great game. Love this game. Beautiful game. Iconic game. Masterclass in design. Best fucking game any of you have ever seen. It's a shame we stopped making these. It's a shame we stopped giving people the creative freedom that they needed to make awesome things like this. Oh god, they're faster now. Whoop. No! Like, I know where they're coming after all these years, but timings. Turtles can do that realistic. I know, I used to have a pet turtle. He always used to launch missiles out of his ass. He used to launch missiles out of his ass with little parachutes, and they would hit me. Doom, 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 doom. I mean, I defy any of you to come up with something as cool as Spark Mandrill. He is the bomb. He's a mandrill. A monkey you probably don't even... That was stupid. Oh my god. I mean, this couldn't be easy. I fucked it up. Even though it's good. This is a shitty fucking game. Sparkman, he looks like a clown. You can't even tell that he's a monkey. Because he's got fucking lights everywhere. He's got dots everywhere. He looks like a clown. It's like a clown design. It's like, were you working on a mandrill design or were you working on a clown design? This game is an excellent example of everything that you're not supposed to do when you're trying to design for clarity. I didn't know he was a mandrill for years. We're talking years. I had to find out years later. Someone had to explain it to me in great detail. And the just with the jumping, I'm fucking dead. This fight couldn't be any easier. This fight couldn't be any fucking easier, and here I am. All right. Oh! You know what? You gotta do it without the rope. We're gonna do it with the fucking X-Buster. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna use Shotgun Ice. I'm not even going to use Shotgun Ice. When the chips are down, you do it with the Buster. Okay, well, at least now I know why. At least I know what Y is. At least I know how to save game data. At least I know how to save game data. Shameful performance on my part. Shameful performance on my part. And I don't have time to redeem myself. Because we've been going for 5.5 hours. The vast majority of which was drawing, by the way. Calm the fuck down. I do have to go to bed, but we gotta hear Storm Eagle's music. We gotta hear Storm Eagle's music. We do have to hear Storm Eagle's music. Chill out. Chill out. Everybody calm down. Calm the fuck down. Just calm down. We're just here to hear the music. All right. And we are winding down. It's official end of stream. So everybody just get happy. Get ready for bed. You listen to some Storm Eagle. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for being here, everyone, for the drawing stream. Oh my god, I forgot about the... Oh, I can't open this, actually. Happy drawing, everybody. Oh, you bitch ass. Bitch ass grabby frog guy. You're not even a frog, you're a stupid, what are you, a fork? Like a crane thing? Don't look at me like that with your stupid design, with your goddamn, like you have eyes or something. I'm just here to listen to music. I mean, I'm not gonna defeat Storm Eagle with the Buster right now. It's not gonna happen. I have done a Buster only run of Mega Man X for the record. It's not like I've never done that. I've done it a few times actually. It is a fun way to play the game, but it's been many years. But I'll tell you what, yeah, I'm not... Going in cold, I ain't beating Storm Eagle with Buster only. Don't you fuck with me, man. Don't you fuck with me. No, 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 no. Don't fuck with me. There's a secret over there, too, I think, right? Damn, I'm just thinking back to that Steven drawing. That last one that I did. Fuck. I mean, damn. God, I'm good. My chair is fine for work, but God, I hate it for... Wow, that guy respawned. I forgot that he does that. Because of the programming. It's like they did that on purpose. For playing video games, I wish I had a chair where I could turn the my armrests out. Oh, come on. Fuck you guys. Ooh, yeah, I forgot Storm Eagle doesn't have a gate. That's so cool. Oh, no, he does. I just gotta get on a ship here, though. Okay, losing all my health here at the end. And then you go down just to go inside, and then the ship explodes. It's like, why? What happened there? How many lives do I have? I got a couple. I'm not gonna beat Storm Eagle with just the Buster. He's a pain in the ass, but he's a long fight too. Ugh. Wish I could remap dash. Just picking away at him. Honestly, I'm probably gonna kill myself just dashing into him. I've done it before. Just get greedy and... I can't help but get that. Ooh, yo. I just want the little pepperings. Ooh, the little pepperings. Oh no. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, the emotional freedom of that dodge. Oh my god, the incredible emotional freedom of that dodge. I mean, I feel beautiful. I feel light as a feather. No pun intended on the Storm Eagle thing. Ugh, I already forgot what button saves the damn game. It's only giving me Xbox controller mappings. Which button is why? All right, one of you knows. Why on Xbox controller is what button on a PlayStation controller? Who knows? I want to say goodbye to A, to Suplex Mess, to Froggy, to Killer, to Omega. Omega says he got his HP low on purpose by bumping into enemies just to keep us on edge, show off that he can do Buster Only Classic. Now you got it. Birdman too slow? Oh yeah. Mr. Steven, I'm clenching my cheeks? Ooh, we were all clenched. Triangle. Is that what I hit before? All right, I'm trusting you. Oh, you're right, yes! Thank goodness. All right. That way if we ever play, if we're ever on here again, or if we ever play Mega Man X again on stream, we can pick up where we were. I'm totally blanking on Storm Eagle's weapon is whose weakness? Sting Chameleons is Boomer Quangers. Boomer Quangers is Rolling Shield. Is Armored Armadillo's weakness? Storm Eagle's weapon? I think so. Right? Is it Armored Armadillo's? No, but Armored Armadillo has like two. Like if you hit him with the electric shock from Spark Mandrill, doesn't it make him freak out too? Whose weaknesses? The tornado thing. All right, I'm just going into Armored Armadillo's stage because I love the music. But we're getting off here. I'm not playing. And that was a fun little 20 minutes of video games there. Thanks for being here, everybody. Good night to Why Are You Here. Goodbye to A. And Amalk just says, no video games, just drawing, Steven. We earned it. We kicked some ass drawing today. Streams are getting long, too. We did a good 5 hours of drawing. Goodbye to Eugen Borken, Killer, Max, Vishal Namani. Please don't delete stream, says Vishal. I'll try not. I mean, I'm just going to let it get content ID to Hill. It might be very annoying to watch because of ads and all that, but I won't delete it. All right, everybody. Good night, everyone. Take care. Happy drawing. And I will see you all very soon. Peace.